destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of water's wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge and water's wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar Dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all Dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one. One that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Poe has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Poe was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Poe fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Poe finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Anoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Anoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the Blood Hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of water's wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge and water's wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name, and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar Dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all Dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one. One that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of water's wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the blood hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powassa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Po was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Po fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Po finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Inoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Inoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the Blood Hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar Dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all Dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake, the same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life once more in order to forge his own destiny, as he had done all his life. Ashima Peregrine, the dedicated and aloof monk of the Tongwu Path religion, came to the party from a faraway nation, the nation of Loshar. He arrived in Summer's Rest with his curiously silent master to practice empathy for the world through exploration and the teachings of harmony to all creatures. Although Ashima's short stature and halfling carefree demeanor portray him as naive in the eyes of some, he is quietly believed to be the 11th reincarnation of the great teacher and founder of the Tongwu Path by the ranks of his monastic order. The student robes that he wears represents what he still has to relearn in this life before becoming a teacher to his people again. While his meditation upon the cyclical nature of ki and shadowboxing have always persisted in his life, his path has taken a fork in the recent days. After getting arrested in a mistaken situation while trying to help his friend Bianca, Ashima has been thrust into a group of misfits and young minds. Although trapped in a group, Ashima is always and will always embrace the ebb and flow of fate, and sees this as an opportunity to console the members of his party with guidance and faith. Powasa Inoa, or Po for short, is a water genasi who grew up in the comforts of Water's Wake. Po's father raised his son with tales of Inoa warriors in the way of the Inoa Forge. Unlike other forges, Po and his father's forge was half submerged underwater. The quick currents of the water and Po's father's magical hammer allowed them to sharpen, shape, and craft beautiful weapons and armor, unlike any other in Bella Clara. Po has not seen or experienced much beyond the forge in Water's Wake, which is very strange for a 17-year-old in Noah. He was raised knowing how to craft the perfect blades, not swing them. He was raised on fulfilling other adventurers' armor and weapons and needs, not equipping himself for his own adventures. Poe was called to adventure after he unraveled a secret contract his sick father kept hidden from him. Poe fled town in order to fulfill it and help his father and their forge, taking with him only his father's magical hammer and the journal. Though Poe finds himself unprepared for this adventure, unworthy of the Anoa name and surrounded by hopeless companions, he's finding that his mission might actually lead him down a glorious adventure. And with every day that passes, he is called more and more to become the Anoa warrior he was destined to be. Bianca Dusong is a purple tiefling who became a blood hunter through nefarious means. She's always had a natural curiosity for the wide, sprawling world she's read so much about. Ever since she was little, she knew her differences from other kids held meaning. Her parents gave her answers, but they were very persistent about protecting her and giving her as normal of a life as possible. She had that normalcy for a while. Her studies in alchemy and her innate gift for botany led her to having a fairly successful business. Knowing this, her parents were soothed and their wishes for their daughter had come true. However, Bianca's curiosity never left her. There's still so many unanswered questions about her family's past which affected her own DNA. This fascination with her genetics and the power that it may hold led her to seek out the old ways of the Blood Hunters. This new gift is where Bianca feels she'll truly start living. Her call to adventure, discovering her past, and hunting her mark has finally begun. Cecily has spent her entire life either in foster care or fending for herself on the streets. Seemingly nothing has worked out in her favor in her short 15 years of life. But one day, during an emotional breaking point, Cecily suddenly and unknowingly unlocked magical powers within herself. She caused quite a mess, and now, confronted with all sorts of questions about her abilities and purpose, she finds herself on the streets once again, running from what she's done. Her sorcerer powers continue to grow, much to her surprise, but she still has no idea where they came from or how to own them. Ironically, though, she's been pretty lucky lately. She's avoided trouble for the most part, and has actually started to feel okay. It's almost as if the luck she never got as a kid is finally coming back around. If only she was in control of it. Desmond O'Malley is a peculiar Dragonborn, to say the least. In a world where the destinies of all Dragonborn are decided by the beacons of good and evil, Bahamut and Tiamat respectively, Desmond's short path has been an unusual one. One that is filled with chaos, uncertainty, and maybe a bit too much competition for his own good. After being forced to travel from town to town in order to make his living as a thief on the streets, Desmond found what he believed to be his home in the fighting pits of Water's Wake. The same fighting pits where he became known as the Bronze Shiv. While living as a fighter, Desmond was given the opportunity in which he was told that he should throw a match in the ring. He would be gifted information that may help him find his destiny and what it was truly meant to be. But if he didn't, there would be grave, grave consequences. Rather than follow blindly down a path given to him, Desmond chose to uproot his life.
Alrighty, desktop audio, there we go. We should have sound now, just in case. I'm going to unmute, and I'm going to unmute Twitch. We go. We should have...
Yeah, here we go. Okay, so we got... That's us.
Yeah, heck yeah. That is us.
I
love seeing myself in 5 ways all at once.
Okay, let me go out of studio mode over here. And then
water.
I have this disabled. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not getting any echo anywhere. It's the last thing I want to do is get some echo.
Cecily is still blue, by the way, in case.
I know. Because I made the swap from my a laptop to a desktop, all of my files, all my Photoshop files that I had were on my laptop. So now I'm not... It's hard for me to swap them around. But I will fix it. We also played about 3 days earlier this week. So
That's true.
Which, by the way, welcome. If you're watching now and you're not... familiar, we typically stream on Thursdays, but in an effort to work around certain schedules of other streams that are happening, is to not make people sit through 8 hours of D&D if they really wanted to watch Critical Role, we decided to move to Tuesdays and hope that it will work out a little bit better. Also, it works out better for me because then I don't have to play a game on Thursday and Friday. I get to just play on good old Tuesday and Friday, which, you know, give me nice breaks throughout my week. Okay. So, let us see.
Is Lisa watching still?
Here. I don't know. I don't know if she knows that it's happening. She might also be at work. She'll tune in probably sometime. But right now, I don't think so. Okay. So,
Miss you, Lisa.
that'll probably warm her heart to hear. Alrighty. So here we go. I think we're all good to go already. Freddy, yeah, maybe. Oh, I had to drop down there. Okay. So, trying to think if there's anything else I need to do. I don't think so. Got a new setup. Gotta pray to God that everything hangs in there for the next 3 or 4 hours. Okay, so let's just go ahead and let's just clickety clack down the track. Yeah, we'll dive. Yeah, we'll not take a train this time. We'll just dive.
Sploosh.
Oh my gosh, trouble! No, bud. You gotta move away. Alrighty, there we go. Whoever said sploosh, I hate you. Okay, so,
all right.
With that, let's just dive in. Let's not sploosh in. So, last we had left off, what was supposed to have been a fun job and a fun day quickly developed into a maddening struggle. The group awoke to find 2 strange things. 2. 1, Poe was missing, and 2, Bianca's home smelled of vomit because Poe didn't clean up his mess when he initially woke up. After a series of vomit-related mishaps, Bianca entered mother mode as she cleaned the house and provided nausea medicine to Cecily and Desmond. The group couldn't seem to find out where Poe was, or where he had gone off to, but they did get some confirmation from Derek, the blacksmith of Summer's Rest and the father of Thomas, one of the previous bandit teenagers' father. Now, they heard from him that he was pursuing goals related to his father, apparently a woman named Anayaya. You weren't able to get much more information than that, but you figured that he was probably fine. You decided that it was best to leave him alone for now, as the team gave their money to Adam and Christina, and they started to get to work on their newest contract, locating the lost turtle named Hubert. Upon arriving to the river and the evergreen woods near the town, right across from Spook Hill, the team found a small picnic, but no people in sight. There were plenty of turtles in the water, but the group realized that the College of the Shallot had made this contract, and that group was known for satire and trickery. They knew that whatever, or wherever Hubert was, that there was going to be some sort of twist awaiting them. As it turns out, Hubert was not hard to find, but his story was a most unexpected one. he was a turtle, not a turtle, and he had apparently had a bad experience with the College of the Shallot, and had been turned into a turtle by them as a prank. The group took Hubert's side, agreeing that the people from the college sounded pompous and cruel. They agreed to help him out with his current task, which was locating some sort of treasure within a cave network that he was camping out. The favor quickly turned violent as a pack of Kuthrik, a terrifying subterranean creature, rained down on the party and caused a sudden, bloody battle. By the end of it, it was no small treasure. By the end of it, the small treasure was easy enough to find, and Hubert was able to provide some background on it pertaining to the founders of Summer's Rest. But, as usual, the team's real mission was not done yet. They still had to decide what they wanted to do in order to help the people of Summer's Rest. But as usual, the teams... they decided what they wanted to do in order to help the people that really deserved it, not just the contract that called for it. Hubert was clearly in need of some friends, and after his misfortunes with the college, well, he offered to follow the party around as their bard and write down the stories of their heroic mercenary deeds. The party agreed, not only because they liked Hubert and pitied his unfortunate circumstances, but as a way to help build renown and continued their work of taking contracts. Now the party heads back to Bianca's for a rest. More than anything, they hope Poe shows back up soon. They honestly could not have missed him more during their skirmish in the caverns, and that's where we're going to go ahead and pick up. So all of you had gotten back to your Bianca's home and shop around, maybe 2 or 3 p.m. It was really quite early. And after a day of adventuring, you when you only have to walk back, 30, 45 minutes, you're left with quite a bit of time left in the day. So, as all of you are just getting down to rest, finally, licking some of those wounds, drinking some small potions of painkillers, and just trying to find something to do to kill the time, Bianca, being near the front of the desk, everybody else kind of headed upstairs. You hear a... well, actually, I do want to ask real quick, where is everybody sort of heading when you get back to Bianca's? It's maybe, like I said, 2, 3 p.m. right now?
I'm going to say face down on the bed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna help tend to wounds.
I'm kind of just chilling. Probably, you're right, like towards the front of the shop, just so she can manage it, but...
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm going
her arm or something.
to sit down on my mat and attempt to fix my snapped slingshot.
Yes. Go ahead and make a... we'll say make a dexterity check, just as you're trying to nimbly restrap that leather best you can. Okay. So you do get it retied, and it'll get the job done. You might want to get a permanent fix, but this will do for the time being.
Sweet.
And then, Bianca, you were just hanging out by the front of the store?
Yeah, wrapping my arm, looking at my busted gun, just kind of analyzing the day.
Okay. Taking stock of everything that's happened. As you are up near the front, is anybody else downstairs, or is everybody else upstairs for the most part?
Yeah, I'll
I'm
be
wherever it is to sleep.
Okay. Alrighty. So for those of you that are downstairs, Bianca, you eventually, as you're maybe you've spent 15, 20 minutes at home, just starting to get comfortable, you hear a small knock at the door and a large voice coming from behind. Hello, is there anyone there?
I'll get up and open the door.
Okay.
Hello, who is this?
Well, Bianca, as you open the door, you recognize this man. This is Selrid Bowman. Selrid Bowman is he's sort of the lead proprietor of this thing in Summer's Rest, called the Neighborhood Collective. And what the Neighborhood Collective does is they collect funds and money from the neighborhood, from the resters, to try and provide a safer life for everybody there. He wasn't born and raised in Summer's Rest, but most people here consider him one of the family because, well, wherever he goes, typically smiles follow. So he says, "Well, Bianca, it's such a pleasure to see you." Do you mind if I...
Eldred, how are you today?
Oh, well,
come on in. Yeah.
Yes, excuse me, sorry. And he just walks right on in and looks around the shop. Well, I'm doing mighty fine today, Miss DeSong.
How can I help you?
Well, yes, you can definitely help me. So, as you know, your dues for the month are already paid. That's not why I'm here at all. More so, well, Mr. Song, so about 6 months ago, you gave me that vial for my sinus issue, and well, sadly, I've run out about 3 months ago, and well, I thought maybe it had gone away because it stopped bothering me, but lo and behold, a couple weeks ago, I started to get those sniffles again. And honestly,
gosh.
they start to interfere with my smiling and laughing quite a bit. So I was just mighty hoping you might have something that I could have to help with the problem.
Yeah, I think I still do. Give me one moment, and she's gonna pull back and do her thing.
Mm-hmm. So you head back, and you know exactly what he's talking about. I mean, Selrid is such a big personality that you remember when he came in before and before that, and you see him maybe once or twice a month just to collect those fees that help towards keeping when the guards aren't available, keeping the sort of militia of the town organized and ready to fight in case anything happens, or keeping the streets safe. So you collect those items, and you know that it's about. He always likes the nicer medicine, using the nicer components. So you know that it's about 1 silver for that, and so you collect the item and bring it back to him, and says,
There you go. I had plenty, so.
Oh, thank you so much, Miss Dusong. Honestly, I cannot tell you how many ways that it just lightens up my soul to, be in your presence. I know I'm smiling all the time.
Thank you. I'm just so happy I can help.
Oh, of course. Alrighty. Well, now...
On silver as usual.
Well, remember, you always have just the best deals in town, Miss Dusong. He pulls out his little coin purse and he hands you 1 silver piece. And I just to clarify, was anybody else downstairs?
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay. All right. So it says, "Alrighty, well, I think that's all I needed. Well, I guess I'll be back in a couple of weeks to collect those dues again.
All right.
I know that you, before, what was his name? The halfling fella?
Oh, Ashima?
Yes, that's the one. I know that he stopped around here quite a bit, and while I stopped by and, I did about as much talking to Master Ashima as I could, which I don't know if you've ever tried to carry on a conversation with the man, but, hell, it's quite impossible. But I have a feeling he maybe wanted to see him or something. I don't know. He was just kind of wandering around Summer's Rest. And I tried to help the man, but it didn't seem like he necessarily wanted to talk. So if you happen to see Ashima, maybe try and send him his way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, I think that about ends my time. I'll get out of your hair, Miss DeSong, and
It's never a bother. Stop by whenever.
all right. Well, I'll keep you up on that offer. Well, I hope that you have a
day.
great. Oh, you beat me to it. Well, then I hope you have a blessed evening, madame. All right. Have a good one now. And he
You
goes to the door,
too.
shuts it behind him. Alrighty. So,
Well, Bianca's gonna go up to Ashima then. Walking upstairs.
The three of you who are upstairs, you definitely heard that conversation. He's a very loud man. His voice really carries. So all of you just heard it, and Bianca's little meek voice underneath it. You could kind of hear what he was saying, but you heard every single syllable of what Selrid was saying.
Hey Ashima, did you hear that down there?
I was a bit lost in thought.
Oh,
What was it? I heard there was a visitor.
it was nothing. Oh yeah, and the visit was no big deal. But he just mentioned that you're the Master Ashima. Is that what you call him? I guess he's looking for you, which makes sense. Have you ran into him at all?
I admit I haven't been looking.
Do you not want to go back to Master Ashima?
It's not as simple as that. Well, it's just that he sent me on a task, and well, as I'm always fond of saying, it's important to listen to your heart, head, and your gut. And all three of them said that all the folks in the Undercity need help. And so I just interpreted that to be the task that he wanted. I hadn't given it much thought of whether or not I was wrong.
You might still be right. He might just want to talk to you.
Well, it could be.
Because personally, I think even if he doesn't think you're right, you're right.
I'd given that some thought too. I think it
Yeah?
might be time for me to take the next step. Well, I mean, I've been learning from him for a very long time, and I think that maybe it's time I learn how to inevitably teach him for when he's born again.
Maybe that's just what you guys got to talk about.
Well, maybe a bit one-sided.
Maybe that's what you have to tell him.
Perhaps more to the point, yes.
Well, if you want anyone to tag along with you, just let us know, okay?
Yes, I may seek him out today, but if, I suppose we'll simply see what the day brings.
Right. And Bianca will go back to doing her thing.
Okay, sounds good. So, what we see from that point on, does anybody else have anything specific they'd like to do for the rest of the day?
Oh, okay. Well, someone else can do something, but I did have one other thing that I wanted to do.
You have the floor.
No one else wants to do anything?
We'll do my thing later.
Yeah. Okay.
I was
all
muted.
right.
I was trying to talk.
Yeah, I gotta figure out how my computer is gonna work first.
Wait, Desmond, did you want to do something?
It's very unimportant, but so I assume that when that conversation was finishing up was about the time that Desmond finished redoing his slingshot, And so after he does that, he's going to give a silent, okay, sweet, to himself. And then I'm going to take like a bunched up piece of, I don't know, cloth or paper or something, and I'm going to aim it and shoot it at Cecily.
Oh,
Okay.
you bitch.
Non-lethal. For no damage.
I am at 1 hit point. You could kill me.
All right, roll for an attack.
Can you imagine?
Jesus.
So Cecily, how are you laying on the bed right now? Are you face planted like a dead body?
Like, yeah, just like laying down like that, probably. One of them.
Okay.
Damage. I do not want to hurt her. I did just roll an act.
I saw. So
hit her with a piece of paper.
So you pull it back and you aim and you really bring it back just to test the limits of the string or of the piece of leather, and you unleash it. And Cecily, as you are doing one of these, it just smacks right in the base of the neck, back of the top of the spine, and it just sends shivers down your spine, and you can't help but shake a little bit just from the pure amount of. It didn't even hurt; it just stung. And just made you uncomfortable.
And then I'll burst out laughing.
Alright, unbridled fury. I'm gonna grab everything that is on the bed with me and start throwing it at Desmond without regard for its maintenance or quality. I'm just gonna start chucking bedding and pillows at him.
Cameron, I don't know what's going on with your headphones, but they're real echoey.
Are they really?
Yeah. I could every other thing Connor or Mark said I could hear.
Is there a way I can fix that?
Well, actually, I think that might have... Oh, wait, never mind. Actually, I think that might have... Oh, wait.
Didn't... Nope.
I just, I don't know.
Okay, I unplugged them and plugged them back into that.
Maybe.
If they're going through your ears, but I just want to turn down the volume or something, or
Ba. Okay, never mind. I guess that's good.
Better.
I think so.
Yeah, that seems better.
Somebody scream.
Right. So, Bianca, you were just picking things up, throwing them at him. Luckily, it's all linens and feather pillows, and it's all soft stuff. So there's no damage that is being inflicted on him. But Desmond, you are just being covered in every soft thing in Bianca's room on her bed.
Kind of accidentally doing you a favor. Basically, I'm aggressively hooking him in. Okay. Yeah, so I'll throw until there's nothing left on my bed except the mattress, and then I'm just going to angrily lay back down.
If we're going to be laying here for a little bit longer, I would like to now take my short rest laying the pile of linens that have been thrown at me.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good to me.
Wait, can we do that? Take a short rest real quick? I know that I'm not the only one who can use it. Okay.
Oh, yeah, you definitely can.
I think we gotta
get back up to max.
Yeah, so go ahead and roll those dice.
Yike. Alrighty.
And then I'm ready to go after that, so I'm done tomfoolery.
My roll 20 decided to just give up, so I'm reloading.
Roll 20 is good like that sometimes.
Yeah, it's really helpful.
Okay. Alrighty. Cool.
I'm back.
So you take your short rest, just kind of idling around the house.
Oh, God, a 5? Fine, I'll do my other one. God, okay. That's fine. During our short rest, I guess after Desmond is finished making the bed, Bianca actually was going to look through some of her more special elements for potion-y things that she makes, her chemical things, and find something that has like a magical essence to it. I'm not sure what, something kind of common, nothing crazy. And then she's going to grab the beginning reading books and go up to Desmond and be like, hey, come on down here, away from like everybody else.
I will follow, I guess, since beckoned.
Oh, that's right. Well, I will also say that just because I had forgotten that he was there, but Hubert is also there with all of you.
Yeah.
My man, Hubert.
So as he is just kind of, he was just kind of hanging out in the backyard, you know, or hanging out outside, just taking in nature, just looking about. And eventually, as you gesture Desmond down, and the two of you come around, and you're now right by the counter, he kind of waddles back in, and he says, "Oh man, you know, one thing I'll never get tired of is how absolutely beautiful the mountains are around here. A lot of the place in the Old Kingdom, it's it's really flat and rivery. You don't get very many mountains where I'm from. So, what's on the schedule for today? Well, for the rest of the day, I guess I should say."
We're all just kind of doing our own thing, I think, for now, just because I'm really tired from that fight. You really helped us out with. I mean, I don't have a ton on my schedule.
Okay. Okay. If you don't mind, I'm not exactly the best drawer, but if I'm going to be writing your stories down, I want to have sketches of kind of what you look like, just in case we ever get separated, so that way I can show people what you look like. So that way, you know, your faces also start to get a little renowned to them. So don't worry about me. I'm just going to start doing that while you're doing whatever. Okay. And he kind of just in the middle of the floor just sits down, pulls out his little journal, and just begins to kind of, with a charcoal stick. Yeah?
Would you mind drawing Ashima first? I think he's really in the mood for that.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure, of course. And he kind of, and he like force momentum himself back up. All right. Oh, up the stairs? Yeah, I can do stairs.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
I'll come down to you.
No. I can do it. I can do stairs. Don't worry about me. It might just take me a minute. I got it. And he kind of like makes his way towards the stairs and
I love him.
just kind of
so much.
slowly makes his way up, kind of using the sides of the walls to steady himself. And he makes his way up to the top. All right, well, if you didn't hear me, I'm just going to start drawing your faces, just so that way I have them. And he sits down again, landing on the ground. And Ashima, he just begins to sketch you.
All right, I'll just kind of meditate there.
Okay.
It's a good time for me to
Perfect.
do that.
Oh, that's a nice mole. Shh. All right.
That's a nice mole. So Bianca will put what common magical thing would people have for just like everyday use?
I mean, everyday use, I'd probably say, you know, some type of creature that's like vaguely magical. I mean, maybe.
Or would one of Desmond's like own scales work? Is that
Oh yeah,
manageable?
I mean that would work too. I would also say that you probably have a few like runic teeth that are used sometimes in the crafting process.
How do you say that word? Runic?
Runic, like with runes on it.
Runic, okay.
Yeah.
I added 5 other letters. So
No, that's okay. I
Okay.
would say that they're just like different animal or beast teeth, but they've been carved with little runes on them in an effort to, whenever you are creating something that's supposed to give somebody like bear strength, you can cast the teeth and then they begin to glow. And it's something that any person who studies alchemy, at least with a proper education, would use.
Okay, so Bianca's gonna get out the runic teeth and the reading books, and I'm gonna say I just didn't know if Hubert is uncomfortable with magic being used when it's not supposed to be, really, and also I don't know if you really want people knowing that you can't read, so I wanted to take that into consideration. But
Okay, are these the magic books you found?
so here's the thing. I wasn't able to get any magic books because it is still illegal to practice magic without the proper permit. But I can maybe help you spark the magic inside of you to start practicing magic kind of on the side and help guide you in that way. If you promise that I can teach you a little bit how to read, and maybe by the end of the week you can write your name.
Takes a long second to ponder. Okay,
Okay.
I guess a deal?
Okay, so you're a magical being. I'm a magical being. Cecily's we're all magical-ish beings, but there's different levels of or paths to tap into that magic, both inside of you and outside of you. So you might just need a little extra boost utilizing magical things to help you cast. I don't know if this is fully making sense. I'm not a caster, but this is some basic information that I know. So she's going to give him some runic teeth. Maybe you can cast something really simple, and she's going to do her thaumaturgy cantrip on a candle and just show it getting bigger and then smaller again, or change the color of it, or whatever thaumaturgy really does. Maybe you'll be able to do something like that as a starter, an entrance into actually casting, and once you get a grasp of it, you won't need any more little magical items and stuff, if you want to try.
So we have to do the boring stuff first.
Always. It's not boring to me.
Can't just shoot fireballs.
Well, you just shot lightning.
Okay.
That's pretty cool.
That's different.
How is it different? That's what Cecily does.
It's like a dragon thing. It's different.
Well, thaumaturgy is a tiefling thing.
Well,
Let's try it.
okay. I'll try it. How do I do it?
Oh no.
Is everybody still awake? There?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Do I do it? Okay, how do I do it?
Are you asking Bianca?
Bianca,
or
how do I
I thought you were asking Joe.
Oh.
Okay, sorry, I
figure
was
it out.
super confused. I was like,
Joe doesn't know how to do
Trial by
magic.
fire.
He is but mortal.
okay, so she's going to show him with her hand and wave it over the flame, and I don't know. She just kind of does it.
So after watching her do it, I will try to do it without knowing exactly what it is that I'm supposed to be doing. But I'm going to focus really hard.
Okay. And you do focus really hard. And it's just... There's just nothing there.
Okay. What's that spell you always try and do that Cecily always does?
The hand thing. The floating hand.
Have you gotten close with that yet?
No.
Okay. Try, and then Bianca will like try and like set up the runic things to look like a hand, and say like, what if you try and like put your hand on this magical hand and see if you can bring your essence through that and make your Cecily hand. We're gonna call it a Cecily hand because I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of bullshit, but I'll try it anyway. And I'll put my hand on the hand and focus even harder.
That's when you do. You put your hand on the hand and you focus even harder. And you still feel no connection to the arcane aside from your own lightning breath.
This is useless.
It's not useless, but it is really difficult. I can't do anything like that either. I just thought I might
do
help.
it without even trying. And here I am, trying and trying and trying and trying, and nothing.
That's because you guys are different. We're built differently.
Different.
Do you want
wanna
to
do that.
ask for her help?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to approach it like a wizard. We would need books, though, really, to make that better. Maybe this would be more like a druid. I don't know. So maybe you just need to actually sit there and study more about it. But to get started with that, we still need to teach you how to read.
Yeah, but isn't it mostly like symbols and stuff, not like words?
No, it's definitely words. Because I think the thing you're missing right now is how to really connect with the arcane inside you. And I don't know how to tell you how to do that. And no symbol's going to show you how to do that either.
It's supposed to be easier for Dragonborns. I don't know why it's not.
Maybe just because... So, it might not be easy for you, but all the hard work you'll put in will pay off later when it becomes easy, and then you have like natural talent and everything shining through.
All right. Let's do the reading. Ugh. I'm gonna regret this.
Okay.
But
No, you won't. I promise. Reading's like one of my favorite things ever. So, okay, and then she's going to get out the beginning reading books and get out some paper and focus mostly on like getting him to write his name, knowing what each letter sounds like, and then some basic like the and cat and dog and stuff.
Okay. So just to see how easily you grasp the concepts, let's just go ahead and have an intelligence check.
Oh.
It's hard. I mean, it's not completely lost on you, because you can count, and letters are kind of like numbers. Just for some reason, there's less of them, but it's more complex. And you're really trying to dial it in, but I mean, aside from the first few letters of the alphabet, and the very basic noises that they make when written down, it's kind of, it's hard. It's really difficult.
This isn't any easier.
It's hard to pick up when you're not really young. So, but if you're willing to keep trying, I'm willing to keep helping you.
I appreciate that. Oh, it makes me feel pretty stupid, but...
You shouldn't feel stupid, because you're able to do things that I can't. Funny. I can just do something that's really average and normal. That's not cool, but you can, sneak around and use a slingshot correctly.
Yeah, but that stuff's not hard.
Well, it's hard to me. I'm purple.
Well, thank you for trying. Not a very good student, so I'm sorry.
You're actually a great student. It's just the concepts aren't going to come as quickly. And some things just don't for some people. That's okay.
Well, is that it for today then? My head.
Yeah, I won't force you to do anything more. We'll give it a break. So Bianca will close up those books and kind of keep them hidden in plain sight so that no one knows that or has a hint that he's being taught to read.
Okay, sounds good. So you go through that process, making a little bit of headway, but it is what it is. So from there, at this point, Hubert would have finished Ashima and started to draw you, Cecily. So as you're laying face down on the bed still, Hubert kind of gets up and he says, thank you, Ashima. I really appreciate you being so still. It makes the whole process a lot easier.
He's still just gone.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. And he kind of tries to quietly walk over to you, Cecily, but his feet are just... Cecily, I'm sorry if you're sleeping.
Yeah, no, I heard you, dude.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if I could draw your face.
Can I be sleeping facing up? Is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine. Your eyes will just be closed in the photo.
Oh, that's kind of weird. I'm deciding if I care or not. Okay, all right. I'm gonna go sit over here. You just get I'm not gonna sit still. So do what you can.
Okay, yeah. Just move around as much as you want. I just need to be able to see your face.
All right, and I'm gonna get up, and she's just gonna start doing stuff. You know those videos of people who are alone in a room and get bored and just start pacing around? Yeah, so I'm gonna comb my hair with my fingers and sit on my back and kick the air and maybe start journaling at one point and then stop and give up and start kicking the air again and then do weird jumping motions, just bullshit like that.
Yeah.
Anything but staying still.
Okay, sounds good. And you do, and it takes Hubert about 25-30 minutes till eventually he... okay, alrighty. There we go. You're good, and yeah, thank you for doing that. And you only turned away a couple of times, so it really it worked out okay. Gave my my wrist a little bit of time to relax.
So, does it look okay?
Oh, yeah, it looks really good. And he opens it and he shows it to you, and he Hubert he's a pretty okay artist. You can tell that he's definitely not the best, but as a charcoal front-facing sketch, it does look pretty okay. And most of the time you don't, you don't look in mirrors or in your reflection in water most of the time, so it's a little odd. But he kind of did a thing, and you can see Ashima on the second page, where you can see like little imperfections that you notice about yourself. That or not so much that, but more so like the unkempt version of yourself. He kind of cleans it and refines it a little bit in this drawing, and you're kind of seeing this alternate version of Cecily a little bit, where the hair is well done, the braids are very nice in the back of the head, the different bits of sort of spattered mud and blood from those creatures that haven't been washed off yet, that's not there. And it's like just a clean version of you and a clean version of Ashima.
Is the scarring still there, or has he altered that?
It's still there.
Okay. Yeah, she probably wouldn't like if that wasn't there. So, but okay, so look at it and just kind of, oh, God, is that what I look like?
Yeah, I mean, you do have this, you do have these like little lines on your eyebrows a little bit. Or not your eyebrows, like right at the corner of your eye sometimes. But that's only when you're squinting really hard, and I figured that you didn't want those on there when you were in sort of a resting face.
Huh. Yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't saying that because of my eye wrinkles, but thanks. Okay. Yeah, that's probably good. I don't look at myself, so that's probably it.
Is there anything you want me to change or add or take away?
I mean, see if I can change myself first, I guess. Alright, whatever. I'll just, I'm gonna go do something now. And Cecily will kind of uncomfortably leave the room, and then go downstairs and start doing the same thing. Just kind of childishly in Bianca's presence, not saying hello to her, but doing multiple things that would warrant giving her attention.
Okay. So at this point, her coming down, you and Desmond have maybe been done for 5 or 10 minutes. So I don't know if the both of you were still down there, or if one of you would have headed back upstairs in the time being. Or are you just both kind of hanging out downstairs?
Bianca's probably still downstairs. No real reason to go upstairs, so.
Okay. Alrighty. So Cecily, you make your way
We'll
down.
also be, sorry, standing out downstairs, and I want to poke my head out and just look to see if Poe's around.
Okay. At this point, it's about 6 or 7 o'clock. Don't see anybody outside.
I'm gonna.
Where the hell is Poe?
I'm going to, at several moments while this next conversation is going on, get my mage hand ready and just try to flick Desmond in the back of the head without him noticing.
Yeah, make a sleight of hand check.
Cool. You've started a blood feud.
Desmond, what's your
dang.
passive perception?
Perception is 10 plus wisdom, right? 9.
Hmm.
You didn't have to roll very high, Mark.
Well,
I still failed.
So, Desmond, you can see Cecily beginning to sort of chant under her breath. You can hear it, and you can see her beginning to try and very slyly make the runic symbols in her hands. And you see her do that, and you can see the mage hand begin to form. And would you like to do anything, or are you just going to kind of let it happen?
Can I, like, flip around and, like, snap at the hand?
Yeah, you can. So, Cecily, you conjure it. He's not paying attention, at least so you think. And you slowly float the hand over, and right about as it's about to flick into his, flick the back of his head, he whips around, and Desmond, you end up getting flicked right at the top of the roof of your mouth as the mage hand, just as your mouth is open, it just and flicks the top of your mouth. And you manage to bite into it, and Cecily, you get kind of spooked by it, but Desmond, the roof of your mouth kind of hurts now.
Oh. Dude, you made it weird. Should have just took it in the back of
You're
your
the
neck.
one who was trying to flick me.
Well, you're the one. You know what? Fine. I'm not participating. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna.
How about this? All right. You flicked me. I hit you with the whatever. We're even now. We're done.
Oh, you think that's?
I
how
won't
this
even
ends?
hold.
That's not how this ends. Desmond, I don't get
things.
even. I win, Desmond. I'm gonna win. You're going to lose, Desmond.
In your fucking dreams. You have chosen the wrong path to go down, Cecily. I'm warning you now.
Okay, cool. Now that that's out of the way, yeah, where is Poe? Where is he? Nope, no one? Alright, cool.
I was just looking, but I didn't see him.
Hey guys! You hear Hubert yell from upstairs.
What's up, Hughes?
Ashima's been sitting still for like 2 hours now, and I'm starting to get worried.
Did you poke him?
No, I don't know. I don't want something bad to happen to me if I do. I've heard about what Master Ashima can do, and I really don't feel like having my arm torn off by a pinky.
Nah, it just... If he's still like that in the morning, kick him.
Okay.
I want to run very quickly upstairs and
come back to save you from kicking me.
Okay, never mind. He's fine now. Hi, Ashima.
Hello, Hugh. I trust your drawing went well.
Oh, yeah, did you want to see?
I would love to.
And he pulls out his journal. And Desmond, you said you wanted to run upstairs?
Oh, I was gonna go poke him, but now that he's awake...
You still may.
I guess I was still running at that point up the stairs to poke him.
So as you were running up the stairs, Hubert, you kind of scared Hubert a little bit. He kind of went, ah! Tried to, like, backpedal a little bit. It's like, oh,
Are you...
it's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. So anyway, here's the drawing that I did. He opens it up. And same thing, where it is, I mean, it's good for a charcoal sketch, where it's a little more rough, but the facial features are there. You can definitely kind of tell that he made you look a little older and a little wiser, definitely trying to accentuate that Ashima reincarnation, like master of, martial arts and wisdom, as much as he could in facial features. Says, I hope you like it.
I do, and it's completed many of the thoughts that I was meditating on just now.
Oh.
Well, this is charcoal, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, there may be a change you have to make to it later.
Oh, okay. Yeah, whatever you want.
Oh, nothing to worry about. When the time arrives, you'll know.
Okay, of course, sure. He shuts the book.
Yeah,
Tucks it
this
back.
has given me clarity. Thank you, Hubert.
Of course, always happy to help. Ashima,
Yes.
Can I ask a favor of you?
Of course.
Could you help me down the stairs?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'll walk in front so that way he can kind of like put a hand on my shoulder. And
Yeah. And using you as a balance, he's very easily able to walk down the stairs. He says to you as you're going down, he says, going up isn't that much of a problem because I can use the momentum of my shell, but going down, I just really don't want to break Bianca's stairs. The shell weighs like 300 pounds. It's really... It wouldn't be good, I promise you.
Nothing to worry about.
So you help him down. Eventually kind of finishes on the final front floor. Says, all right, so...
Dust him off a bit.
Oh, thank you.
You'd be surprised what problems I have being 3'5".
I can only imagine. So, and you can see him kind of like clicking his little turtle claws together.
Noipus.
So, what do you all want to do now? Do you just want to wait for this Anoa? I still honestly can't believe that it might be like a real Anoa. I mean, honestly, that. Whoa!
I say we go look for him.
Ooh.
I'll wait for him. Look for him. And I'm gonna bolt towards the door.
Yo, wait, hold on.
No one stops you. I want to cartoonishly stop like that episode of SpongeBob where Patrick is like.
I know the exact image. Yep, look at that. But no, essentially just. I mean, it's only been a bit. I mean, we can give him a while, can't we?
We've been sitting here for like 4 or 5 hours now, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, but I don't know, like, who am I to go after a runaway, you know? Seems kind of rude.
But
considering who I am.
Well, what do you want to do then? Go shopping? Sit around?
No,
I had hoped to talk to my master with everyone present, but perhaps now is the time.
Well, I don't
maybe
know.
we should go look for your master and keep an eye out for Poe.
That's not a horrid idea. When you go looking, you'll always find something. You won't always find the thing you're looking for. But you always find something.
I don't know, I mean, Poe's probably having a blast without us. I wouldn't want to mess that up.
What makes you think he's having a blast without us?
He got away. Isn't that like the dream? He's living the dream right now, not having to deal with us.
He went and visited with somebody, for all we know. That's the only information we have.
Maybe he's out getting drunk somewhere.
See? No, see that Desmond gets it. This is how it would start. Okay, anytime I would run away.
Does that sound like Poe just to, like, go off on his own, get shit-faced, and just be elsewhere?
Look, I don't know if he's getting shit in his face, but I do know that anytime I would run away, I would say I was doing something harmless, and then I would dine and dash.
Cecily, are you a plant?
No. What the... Aren't you supposed to know everything? Don't you know I am a goddamn human being.
Then you have no roots. You have legs.
Alright, just say the thing you're gonna say. I don't want to...
Well, if you're not a plant, and you have legs and not roots, then why are you here?
Is this where trees go?
They can't move. But you've talked about moving. You've expressed your desire to move, to leave, to run, to go. And yet you remain. As if you were a plant.
So... Alright, someone else talk about something else. I'm gonna think about that for a week. Jeez, man. I don't...
I just would like to interject a little bit, that if this Poe fella actually is a real Anoa, it doesn't sound very Anoa for him just to kind of uproot and leave his companions. Honestly, the Anoa, they consider their companions better friends and closer bonds than their own family members a lot of the time. Noahs, they really don't have like a family grave or anything like that. Typically, they're buried in the places where they have the biggest impact. So there's not really there's a more immediate connection to the people they surround themselves with than the people that they have blood ties to. So, you know, if he is really in the Noah, he probably would have at least left you a note if he was like leaving.
I mean, I don't
If
think
he
he's
left-
leaving, but
If he tried to or wanted to like leave and not come back, then I don't know why we'd look for him in the first place. That's already enough for me to not want him back. Not that I think that's what he did. I think we need to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's his own person and went off to do something, and that's okay. I mean, we can look for him at some point if we start to get worried about his safety, but I think we're overreacting a little bit.
Well, okay. So... should we look for old Ashima then?
If Ashima's wants to.
Yeah, I think it may be time for me to stop running as well.
Man. Didn't realize I was with a group of runaways. That's kind of... whatever.
Alrighty.
It's a bunch of Rolling Stones. Say.
So,
Man.
all of you...
We're a bunch
get
of
ready.
Iggy Pops.
Alright. Alright. Enough of that. So all of you then, you collect what items you need to now at 7, 8 o'clock at night, and you begin to head out to try and find wherever Master Ashima may be. So, you make your way out back into the city streets of Summer's Rest, right? Bobbing and weaving through the buildings, crossing the bridge from the Rester's Roost back to the more rapid market area, especially this time, 8, 9 o'clock at night. The city is really starting to come to life with action and fervor, where the fairgrounds have sort of came to life with just people doing random things, challenging each other to these non-lethal duels, shouting and yelling at each other as you all and Hubert are making your way across the bridge, down southward to the where you know that Ashima, where you know that Master Ashima is. You actually do end up kind of curving around the school of the Shallot. You can see this large white marble building with this like deep green pyramid-shaped roof. You make your way past it as Hubert seems to be very non-combative and eyes away from it. And you make your way down south, nestled in between the Drinker's Dream and the Merchant's Quarter. Is where you know Ashima, that Master Ashima had been staying. So you all make your way there, and your journey is fairly, it's undisturbed, and nobody really dreams to try and stop you or do anything to you. And easily enough, you make your way to the mountain overlook. And Ashima, there you can see, sitting cross-legged in a very similar meditative stance that you were, is Master Ashima, which I'll go ahead and show everybody now. And you can see him very similarly in the photo that there are a couple of birds, one sitting on his head, one sitting on his shoulder, as he's just sitting, staring out over the mountainside.
Okay, I'm gonna try and fox walk to get to him. So just side to my heel very quietly so I don't disturb the birds. Not trying to sneak up, just trying to undoubtedly he knows I'm there.
Yeah, and I'll say that being a monk, that's easy enough for you to do, especially in a non-stress situation. Or, as non-stress as this is for you. And as long as you're trying, the birds aren't going to be disturbed.
All right, once I get to him, I'm just going to bow and then prostrate. So, just on my knees, face down. Full bow. And then I'm going to take a meditative seat next to him. I did not obtain the tea. But I obtained maybe what you sent me for. I thought a lot about what to say, and I thought the best way to say it would be to say what you have said. That harmony created when the answer to the question of balance is found. Where there is chaos, it must be counteracted by order. Serve others is create the gods in our own image. To find harmony, we must find where it is not. Harmony is within oneself, and the natural opposite of within is without. And we are servants of the world first. The difference between seeking enlightenment and serving others is a lateral path, and I found people, perhaps not students, not in the way that we see it, but young folks who maybe I can learn to teach. I can learn to better teach you when that time comes. And of course, this will mean departing you. And when I was a youth, I very foolishly thought the day that I was free of your strange lessons where I walked on my toes and chased after fish in a frozen lake would be the happiest day of my life. But being with these people, I think I have truly created the gods in our image. I know this is the right decision because I'm gonna miss you. I mean, you've been the only family I've ever had, and I know I was the only family that you had. And I know that, whether your name is Sakempti Baharaj or Zhao Kihana or Ashima, you'll always be my eternal friend. Now, I did learned something. Looking at a drawing that Hubert, the turtle, showed me. I didn't realize it until now. And Ashima's going to take a shaving razor out of his bag and just get some water, mix up a little cream for his, facial hair. And he's going to just begin shaving his head. And once he's got enough hair, he's going to let it kind of fly into the mountain. It hurts to let things go. But they always have a way of coming back. Just like us. Even when we're scattered to the wind, we always come back. We always find each other. We go and we save the world sometimes. Except this time there's not dragons.
When you say that, you do see his eyebrows raise a little bit, and he kind of shoots you a glance and then returns back to looking out.
Oh dear. This one time. I wanted... This one time, I wanted to be on top of you. It's something. The wisdom. You always beat me to it.
He shoots you another glance, and he smiles. And he slowly turns to face you. And he looks off to his side to look at the rest of you sort of standing there, looking at this very, very old man. Bushy, droopy eyebrows. A large, bushy, stark white, or almost a goatee and mustache that just sort of droops down. And he looks to the current three of you and Hubert standing off to the side. He nods. And Ashima, he looks back to you, facing you straight on. And he leans forward a little bit. And he puts his hand on your shoulder. And he smiles. Squeezes it just a little bit. Let's go. Turns back around facing the mountain view. And closes his eyes.
Alright, I'm gonna stand up and then, full body prostration bow and while I'm down there. Just whisper to Master Ashima. May I teach and serve them in the world as you have taught me. And before I go, I'm gonna grab a couple of stones. One flat and wide, one medium sized, and then stack one large one on top of that.
Okay. He's looking out. He opens his eyes. And he just looks at you.
Just gonna bow and take my leave.
Okay. You begin to walk away, turning your back on Master Ashima as he overlooks the mountain. Your companions look to you. And you swear you hear something behind you. A slight... And as you turn around thinking that he said something, you see that another bird landed on his head. You almost jumped at the opportunity to have some type of verbal anything. But just the tweet of a bird, apparently. So, anything else, or are you heading out?
It's hard. It's really hard, but I gotta keep going.
Okay. Alrighty. So, you leave Master Ashima there on the cliffside by himself, next to the small wooden cottage overlooking the mountain view, and you approach your companions. So all of you just saw that entire exchange. This old man, who for some of you, he means absolutely nothing to you, he looked at you, and when he looked at you, you felt him peering deep into your everything. Like, he looked at you and he knew your whole history in a matter of seconds. And for some of you, it is like it transcends. But for others of you, you just feel kind of creeped out. But you begin to make your way away back into town.
It's cold today. Feels much colder.
So, is that like the last time you're seeing that guy ever? Because I wasn't really clear on that part.
No. No, I'm not certain of many things, but one thing I'm certain of is it will not be the last time.
Huh.
One of the few things that makes our parting bearable.
What was with the thing with the rocks?
It's challenging to explain. In the Tongwu path, it's believed that certain parts of your life are set in stone, quite literally. That one should portray a life. Oh, it's very complicated. The symbol for our religion is 5 stones stacked on top of each other of different length and width. The smallest one at the bottom, the thinnest but the longest one in the second tier, the third, average size, fourth being the heaviest, and the fifth being the smallest. I'll cut to the chase. The third stone represents teaching. The first, studentry. The second, observation. And the third, teaching. Learning how to teach. Rather. The symbol I gave him was saying that I'm ready to begin that journey. Learning how to teach. Now I know that you all have no interest in joining my religion, and I have no means of coercing you to join it in any way. But if on occasion you'd permit me to give you counsel here or there, I would greatly appreciate that. But only if you give it in return. And I promise, Cecily, I will not only speak in riddles and rhymes.
Okay. Yeah. That guy was really intense.
Yes.
Did he just... Has he just been, like, looking at you your entire life? Is that what happened to you?
Longer than my entire life.
What? Alright, never mind. So, We go home or we go Poe?
Go Poe camera.
Go Poe.
Yeah, so I think we're still missing one of our flock.
Yeah, I gave it a little more thought, and this town's kind of fucking weird. So who knows what's gonna happen at night if he's alone?
I mean, for all we know, he could be.
Oh no, go ahead, Desmond. Sorry, I'm new here. I don't want to cut anybody off.
No, Hubert, you are one of the team now, even though you don't know Poe. But I was just gonna say, for all we know, he could be in a situation like we were in a couple of hours ago, but by himself. So I think maybe we should go look for him.
I was just gonna say, if he is in Anoa, maybe we should give him a little bit more time. Maybe wait until like midnight, maybe, and then if he's not back by midnight, then we can know that maybe he's not okay. But maybe midnight.
That seems
Okay,
fine.
who's staying up till midnight? I'm not. That's not happening.
Oh,
I'm
I only sleep about 4 hours every night, so I should be okay.
Oh man, lucky you.
No.
That right?
Maybe we can work on that.
I'm supposed to sleep 8, but I can only sleep 4. I don't know what the problem is.
I figured that might be the case. We'll
opposite of what I thought you meant.
We'll see what we can do about that while you're with us.
That'd be great. But for tonight, I could at least stay up and let anybody know if he gets home. Whew.
Yeah,
All right.
Works for me.
So what do we do in the meantime?
Oh, have you guys ever heard of this game called Kingdoms and Castles?
No.
Okay, so it's a game that me and my friends would play a lot back in my village, where it's kind of like a card game. And pretty much the goal is you want to amass more power than the opponent and bring his health to 0. So it's really fun because you could have all these like cool heroes and characters from all these different places in Illica and all these like specific landmarks that give you special bonuses. And then on top of that, you remember that Arlfin Arlson guy that I talked about before? Yeah, he's in the game. He's really powerful, but he has a weakness to poison. So if somebody happens to drop I'm getting caught up in the in the mechanics. Well, I mean, if you just want to try it out, who knows? You might like it. I have 2 decks.
I'll try it.
I think
I want to try.
But
Sure, I'll try.
All right, cool, cool.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we're all doing it, I guess.
I say we have a
will-
competition. See who wins.
You know,
We'd
funnily
have a
some money
tournament.
enough, they actually do in Belka, in Raven Rock, in Verdalka, and let's see, New Afera. There are actually 4 different places around the world that have these like worldwide tournaments for kingdoms and castles. It's I've never been to one. I've only ever heard about them, but it's honestly like the coolest thing I've ever heard of. But I will say that we didn't exactly always have the best cards in my village, so I don't have any of the really, really rare ones. I just have more of like the common and uncommon ones. So probably not any names that you guys will recognize, but it'll at least get the job done and introduce you to the mechanics, and then who knows, maybe along down the line when we're in Belka or somewhere else, you might find a card shop or something.
is this
Okay. All right, let's go. I'm so excited.
I really want this to be like the Gwent or like the Pazak of our game.
It is a combination of those 2 games. Well, it's a combination of Gwent and Magic the Gathering. You don't have to learn any mechanics. I don't have a card game that I'm going to ship each one of you. So you make your way.
I'm not fucking playing Pazak. I hate Pazak. So
Yes.
I don't care.
Okay, so you make your way back to Bianca's, and Hubert introduces you to the card game Kingdoms and Castles. Now, who here has... What is everybody's intelligence scores?
Big old 10.
10.
Where to go? Why can't I?
Mine's actually not high. It's
Oh, 16.
14 for me.
14, 16. And then Desmond, what was yours?
14.
14. Okay. Cecily, you do not see the allure of it. I mean, the art on the cards is kind of cool. But yeah, you don't see the allure of it. Desmond, there is a lot of reading. The cards have a lot of text to them. And Shima, it is a game that prioritizes violence, where you want to literally kill the other opponent with all of these mythical heroes, some who wanted peace above all else. Bianca!
I was wrong. I have an 18 intelligence score. I can't read though. Felicity can't read, but apparently Bianca can. So
Bianca, although you never thought you would like, because you've heard of it, right? People would talk about it before in Summer's Rest, but when you start playing with Hubert, you're like, oh man, this is kind of fun. Because it tingles that little part of your brain where it's like, where you're trying to figure out different like combos and different ways to kind of break the game in your favor. And it's very, very thought heavy, very thinking heavy. And so eventually Cecily tunes out first, and then Desmond tunes out because of the can't read the cards. Shima's like, well, I don't know. And then it's just kind of you and Hubert just like going back and forth round after round. He's like, oh my gosh, you're so good at this game. Are you sure you've never played before?
Me. No, it's just really fun to pick up on.
Well, if we ever go into those tournaments, you're playing and not me, because this is crazy. Oh.
Oh my gosh, that'd be really exciting.
That's the episode I need. Bianca goes to a Magic the Gathering tournament.
I want that.
There should be an episode where...
That's my one shot, Joe. That's gonna be coming up in October.
One shot.
It plays like the Boggle Hill episode.
Yep. Okay.
God, I love
so
that.
Everyone else, you kind of end up just kind of like teetering off and then going to bed because they're playing fairly late. And Bianca, you and Hubert both kind of lose track of time because by the time that you're finally like, okay, I should probably go to bed, you check a small clock that you have, and it's almost like midnight 30 at this point. And as you notice that, you're just preparing, you and Hubert are just preparing to go get everybody to wake them up, to go let them know that, okay, maybe we do need to go get Poe. And then you hear a very hurried knock at the door.
It's a very good knock.
Okay, I'll go check and see who's knocking.
Okay. So as you whip open the door, there you see Poe. You see him kind of standing there out of breath, and you see behind him is an elven woman. High elven, golden skin. Her hair has gone from that sort of stark golden color as well to a more faded silver. And Bianca, you know this woman. You've seen her sometimes, but this is Anayaya, that gemstone merchant. And you can see Poe out of breath. And Poe, you see Bianca opening the door, and behind Bianca, you see this turtle kind of holding some cards in his hands, and he's like, oh, you must be Poe. Hi.
Bianca, let us in right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can come in. So she's gonna let him in.
Yeah, so Poe's gonna shove in, and he's just gonna slam both of his hands on the door. Take a few breaths. Are there any lights on in the house?
Probably a couple candles for the game.
Bianca, hurry up. We gotta turn the lights out now.
Thaumaturgy, all lights gone.
Oh, hell yeah. That's the best use of thaumaturgy ever.
That's terrifying. Bianca, we need to turn off the... Oh, okay.
Oh, wow, it's dark in here.
What's wrong?
So Poe's going to take one big breath, because everything should be good right now. Bianca, this is Anayaya. I don't know if you guys have met before.
Yes,
Recognize her.
we know each other. Yes. Hello, Bianca.
And who's this?
Oh, yeah, of course. This is Hubert. Remember the Lost Turtle mission we were gonna take?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's not a turtle. He's a turtle.
Yeah.
A turtle.
Mm.
Turtle. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
That's a long story, but not that long of a story. Anyway, what's going on?
well, so I'm sorry I left without any note or anything, but
Came back. It's all right.
I don't know if I ever explained to you why I left Water's Wake, but you've probably seen my dad's journal. And basically, because I want to make this short, just in case anything happens. I came here to find a contact who ended up being Anayaya, who basically knows stuff about my dad's contract, which is the reason why I left. And it's a very complicated contract I'm still trying to figure it out. But anyways, Anayaya had this, and I'm going to pull out the letter, which basically has a lot of information about this contract. And when I came to visit her and talk to her and meet her and get to, get more information, this guy named Selrid Bowman,
Mm-hmm.
he came in. He seems like a really nice guy at first, but then I don't know any what's his group again, or what?
Well, Bianca,
Neighborhood
I'm sure
Collective.
this. Yes. Yes. And Bianca, I know that you're probably going to have a hard time buying all of this, but I've kept it to myself for a while. But Selrid is not a good man. He is. Well, he's been using the neighborhood collective as a way to siphon funds away from the people, and if they end up not paying the fees that are not mandatory, well, he starts to threaten them. And, well, if they don't pay up for a certain amount of time, or they start to do something reckless, which I suppose I may have done, well, the business ends up not making it several more days. There seems to be an accidental fire. And if you'll look out the door right now towards the Maple Wood Grove, you'll see the accidental fire that apparently I started in my own building.
Bianca will look out the window. She sees
you
it.
can see the light is hard to see, but you can definitely see the smoke. The thick black plumes of smoke rising up against the sort of white snow-capped mountains.
Well, anyways, he showed up there and made a lot of threats towards Anayaya, and he started taking some of her things. And then he took the letter, and oh my god, Anayaya, he knows where my dad is.
Oh, he does.
Oh my god.
Well,
We need to get to your father, Poe.
I don't even. Yeah, but. Yeah. Well, I guess you can kind of put the rest of the story together. I have the letter back. I stole it. Him and his guys hang out at the Squatting Lion. And I managed to get it back, but of course, they figured that out fairly quickly and set Aniya's store on fire.
So I would say at about this point, Hubert kind of would have headed up the stairs to wake the rest of you up to let you know that Poe had come back. And then accordingly, Ashima, you help him down the stairs again, hearing probably the last, 3 or 4 minutes of conversation.
Anyways, I figured I'd bring Aniya here because I can only imagine what would have happened if you had stayed in your store.
I don't know, Poe, and honestly, I don't particularly want to think about it.
So no one's following you right now.
I'm going to be
Why
honest.
were you in
I
such a
can't be
rush?
sure.
I'm just okay.
They weren't there when we left this store. It was...
Does anyone know that you're staying here, Poe?
The only person who would know are the runaways we saved. Probably the priestess that we ran into. Okay, maybe there's a lot of people that have seen you with Bianca. All right, this is really starting to sound worse than what I thought it was.
It may not be safe here.
I
can
peek
just head
out
out.
a window and look to see if there's anybody outside standing or watching or coming this way.
Do you want to head upstairs or peek out the downstairs window?
Oh, whichever window would give me a better vantage point, I guess.
So you dart upstairs. Go ahead and make a perception check. Trying to get a little bit of vantage. Okay. 16. You peek out. I mean, it's dark outside. The only light there is there are small lampposts that are like oil-lit flames, and you can also see the flames beginning to grow on the north side of town from where Aniya's store supposedly was. But peeking out on the streets, it doesn't seem like anybody is near the house currently.
Okay, I'll come back down and I'll say, I just took a glance. I mean, I didn't look super hard, but I didn't see anybody out there right now, so I think we might be okay for the moment.
He has to be going to Water's Wake.
And then we're going to Water's Wake.
I can't ask you guys to do that. This is not trouble you guys signed up for.
No, but we've helped each other before, and you need our help now. This is clearly very serious.
What does he even want with your dad? You didn't say, did you?
I think he's just looking for me, and he knows this letter has to do with my dad. He was originally supposed to go there. You guys just... very sinister dude. I think
If you're going to Water's Wake, I'm going to Water's Wake, and that's that.
Agreed.
Well, okay, look, I'm not saying no, but if we go to Water's Wake, there's gonna be people looking for me too.
Maybe we should buy some new clothes. I don't know if anyone's looking for me, but they could be. I know it doesn't really help much, but...
Yeah, if they are, I think they're gonna find you, buddy. Yeah, and I mean, I've pulled a couple fast ones before, we all know that, but... Yeah, Water's Wake is a bit of a problem right now.
What if we stop him before he gets to Water's Wake? We don't have to go all the way to Water's Wake, and we can not have to
If we're
anymore.
wanting to do that, we're going to have to leave now.
Now. Okay.
Well, that's
Did not
better
take-
than going to Water's Wake.
We better grab our things now and go.
Ah.
Oh.
All right. Taking action. Getting shit done. Grabbing things.
So you grab things. Sorry, you grab things. I was muted. And Poe, as you're starting to pick up the items that you had left here, Aniaya approaches and she says, Poe, if you'd like, I did take most of the money that I had in the store, and I could hire a few mercenaries, and and however many I could get, we could head down to Water's Wake and make sure he's all right.
I don't know this guy, Anayaya. I know he's clearly a horrible person, but how should I be measuring this situation? Do you think we're going to need these mercenaries?
It's honestly hard to tell. When Selrid originally took over the neighborhood collective, everything was fine, but maybe 5 or 6 years ago is when he started to truly get greedy and take more than what was necessary, and most people just thought it was because there were more people coming. Is he that malicious that he would go after your father and try and send a message that way? I'd hope not. As far as I know, he's never done anything like that before, but doesn't mean he's not willing to.
Well, you set your store on fire, and I guess I just can't stop thinking about the moment when he asked where the letter was going to. Just sounded like he intended to meet my father at some point. And if he's looking for me now, I'm not sure.
Well, regardless, I will head that way. Without the words you used to convince me to leave, who knows where I'd be right now. So consider this a very small favor of payback. So I'll hurry and I'll purchase some mercenaries and I'll head that way.
Thank you.
Just be safe. As I said, most of the neighborhood believes that most of the resters, and even those who aren't, they believe that Selrid is a good, kind man, and that he would never do anything to steal from or take from anyone in the slightest. There might be one person who could help you, though. I didn't think about it until now because, not many people think about him in general anymore, but Gren Spook, the sort of overseer and last remaining member of the Spook family, it was his idea, maybe 13, 14 years ago, to establish the neighborhood collective. For some reason, maybe 7 years ago, he decided to transfer it to Selrid. There might be something there if you go and talk to him. But other than that, sadly, I think the only way I can help is by heading to Water's Wake. I haven't seen Uba in a while, so I'm sure he'll be happy to see a familiar face and one to let him know that his son is doing well.
Yeah. I'd really appreciate that. And hopefully I'll run into you when you return, or I can hear how he's doing.
Of course. All right. Well, be safe, Poe, and for the rest of you, be safe as well.
You too.
All right. Well, see you soon, hopefully. And you see her head towards the door and head out, supposedly to get some mercenaries to get some horses and head to Water's Wake to check up on Uba and Noah. So, as she heads out, the rest of you begin to pack your things and decide officially what you're going to do. We're going to go ahead and take a break right there. Seems like good break time. And then we will be right back after the break. Yes. And break. unmute. Hello,
It's not
hello,
okay,
hello.
Cameron.
And now we are back in black. Well, just kidding. Only some. Yeah. Well, I think actually 5 of the 6 people. Felicity, you're just odd man out, and you're just wearing green.
Oh, boo.
Disappointed.
Dang. Bianca's wearing black.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, this is actually this is actually more of a like turquoise.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually closer to Felicity. Green gang.
Green buddies.
Green gang. Alrighty, well, with that, let's go ahead and dive back into the actual dungeoning of the dragons. So, last we had left off, picking up right where we left off, I should say. All of you had, a fairly passive middle of the day. After your intense encounter with the Kruthix in the cave, the meeting of Hubert, you made your way back to the home of Bianca, also her shop, and you did some idle activities for the time being, just moseying about, causing a little bit of mischief between one another, but all in all, having a pretty relaxing day. You end up moving from there, and you go and you have a small meeting with Ashima and Ashima's master. Master Ashima. And no words are exchanged. Just some smiles, some nods, and some wise words on Ashima's part. There's a small moment where they hear the whistle, where all of you hear the whistle of a bird and turn around and just see that there's just a bird on Master Ashima's head, like there was when you first approached. You make your way back, and the rest of the evening is very peaceful as well, waiting for Poe to return and playing quite a few friendly games of Kingdoms and Castles, a sort of trading card battle game centered around different heroes and places of interest in the world of Illica. You eventually finish up the game, and right as you're about to go wake everybody up to go after Poe, as it's almost past midnight, or it's a little bit past midnight, there's fervent knocking at the door, and Poe explains that the Selrid individual has been extorting not only Anayaya, but other people in town, going against that friendly demeanor that he shared with you, Bianca, that he has been sharing with you for the past, how many, 6 or 7 years now. Eventually, Anayaya determines, after Poe mentions something about his dad maybe not being safe, she offers to buy a couple of mercenaries and to head down to Water's Wake to make sure that he is, while all of you try to address the Selrid problem the best you can. You, at this point, have begun to pack your clothes, doing what you need to do. And as you are packing everything, gathering your weapons, what are you doing aside from that? Or is it just that?
Yeah, I'm just packing, getting ready to go.
That's all Bianca's doing. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have anything to pack except a journal, so I'm gonna do that. According to my character sheet, I have an explorer's pack, but I feel like I don't, I just don't think Cecily does. So, yeah, I just got the journal.
Hold on. Sorry. You guys didn't break anything while I've been gone, right?
Yep, I did. And so Bianca's gonna pull out her revolver. I almost said pistol. It's broke. I don't know how broke.
I'm gonna pull out my
broke
slingshot as well, which is less broke because I kind of fixed it, but it's a semi-fix.
My spirit's broke. Your hammer can do anything about that?
I don't know. Maybe he should hit you with it just to find out.
She missed.
Yeah.
When we're getting ready, I want to hurriedly and excitedly tell Poe, as if I'm like a child, about everything that we did today, and how much we missed him, and just go over everything. Very excited and very quickly. And then we did this, and then there was this, and then there was the turtle, and then we fought all these things, and I did lightning,
You did
just
lightning?
for the entire day. Yeah, I killed like 4 things at once.
Yeah, whoop-de-doo, he did lightning.
Yeah, I've been able to do lightning since the day I was made.
Cool. That's so cool.
It is pretty cool. I've never seen you kill anybody with it.
Okay,
With-
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
With your lightning
With
mouth?
lightning?
No,
With lightning?
have you been looking?
I can't say I pay much attention to you.
Yes, remind me how this is pertinent to helping Poe's father. No answer.
I'm
Let's
getting
go.
my stuff ready.
Well, you have 2 hands and 1 mouth.
Okay, so Poe, easy enough. You grab Bianca's revolver, and you examine it, and you can see where the misfire happened. You can see the different scarring and blackening around it, and with a few subtle taps of the hammer, casting, mending a couple times, it is in a position where easy enough, even without a running stream of water, you can tap it a few times and able to rub off some of that gunpowder, and it is good as new. And same thing with Desmond's slingshot is super easy. I mean, you just kind of undo the little fold he made and just lay it out in your hand and tink, one little tap, and it is perfect, good as new.
And then I'll also give Cecily a little tap for her soul.
Just on my forehead or what? What do we do?
Your shoulder. How about that?
All right. Jesus.
Cecily, you feel no different.
I'm sure. Yeah. Well.
Luckily, you're not a Warforged, so you're feeling the same.
Wouldn't that be the plot twist of the century? I just never told you guys I'm playing a Warforged.
Someone manufactured you.
Your electricity is just short-circuiting.
Yep.
Oh god.
Get fixed. I switched from sorcerer to barbarian.
Well, that's you're a magic warforged, but you're malfunctioning. That's why there's like bursts.
Yep.
There you go. Okay, so what is the plan? So all of you are getting ready, and you're getting ready to head where?
Well, did we all hear him or Anayaya talk to Poe about the spook guy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Poe, should we go talk to him, or do you want to just go straight to?
Just to be clear, Joe, Inuyaya was offering to go to Water's Wake on our behalf, right? Or...
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if Inuyaya is going with a group of mercenaries, I mean, I'm not sure how dangerous it would be for us to, or honestly, how dangerous it'd be for you guys to have me walk around with you. But if you guys are willing, we could go talk to Grin Spook.
All right, I know where he lives, so we can go there first, and then figure out our game plan after that.
You could at least let us know, well, maybe give us some answers on how we should go about proceeding, maybe. I don't know how close he is to Selrid.
Right. Okay.
Seems like a good plan.
This is going to be really weird to ask, but do you carry nets in your store?
Let me see if there's any here, and I will look and see if I got some in the back.
Roll a D100 for me.
Let me check the back.
Yeah.
There's about a 25% chance that you got some nets back there.
That's fair.
Plot twist, it's the amount of nets. 41 nets.
Sadly, no nets. You had used those.
What about a blanket that's holy like this?
It's all right.
Plenty of Afghans in the
nothing,
back, but no nets.
Are they called Cartesias in your world?
Yeah, they are.
Any
Yeah.
Cretaceous?
That's good. Man, that's like that French door shit from session 2. That was really funny.
Tarkarian doors, yeah.
Herculean
Alright.
door.
That sounds so ridiculous. It's great though. Alrighty, so yeah, alrighty, so no nets. What's the strategery? You head into the Spook Hill?
Well, should I know where to go? Should you be walking with me though, Poe? Because I can cover my horns, but I still have horns. So if they're looking for you and they know you walk with me, maybe we should take 2 different routes. You with 2 people and me with 1 other person, and then meet up at Spook Hill. Because if they see me, I can turn them a different direction.
I think the less people that are seen with me, the safer we all are as a group. I'll just follow behind you guys in the shadows.
I think you need to be with 1 other person just in case something happens. Because if we
stay with
lose
them.
you... Okay. And Desmond's sneaky.
I'm gonna give Poe a couple of basic pointers on hiding in the shadows, and nothing super duper hardcore, but just a couple of things.
All right.
Bianca's gonna put up her hood and rest them on top of her horns. And then she's ready to go.
It's a little pokey, but that's okay. So let me.
Also, if anyone else wants a cloaky cover thing, she's probably got extra.
Is it cold or raining?
As of right now, oh shoot, actually, yes, getting now, because right now it's about 1 a.m. That you guys are finally settling on all of this, gathering your things, and at about this point, it's maybe 40, 50 degrees outside because of the elevation, the farther north you are. Even though it's only, mid-September, it still does get a little chillier, especially in the evening time. So right now it's about 38, 42 degrees Fahrenheit. And
That is 4 degrees Celsius for our metric viewers.
How many is it in Kelvin?
We don't have any.
It'd be 4. Well, no, it'd be 4 plus 273 because that's not. Go on, Joe.
not relevant.
We don't have any gaseous space bodies watching.
Yes. So, and it is at this point. It is starting to drizzle very slightly, and it's a very, very cold rain.
This feels like Halloween, guys.
I'll take it.
I'm definitely, Cecily would want a cloak thing.
One of Bianca's already kind of shorter ones she'll give to Cecily because it probably won't drag too much. And then for Ashima, she's just going to take some shears and cut one in half.
Okay, very cool.
Those shear come in handy.
Alrighty, so you cloak up, you get everything ready to go, you shear it, and you get ready to you cut your edgy bangs, and you get ready to go.
Even notice I did that.
So,
Nice.
heading out now into the rain, and in the nighttime, especially middle of the night in the rain, Summer's Rest is it's a dark city, especially when the rain starts to happen. The oil lamps are extinguished. It is not exactly the most welcoming place this late in the evening. So you begin to make your way out. So who is going with Poe? Is it just Poe, or who was Who's his partner?
I'm going with Poe.
Okay, Desmond and Poe. So are the two of you stealthing then, and the rest of you are just kind of going freelance?
Yeah, maybe like 5 to 10 feet ahead.
Okay, sure.
In like listening distance to them, so if we hear something go wrong, we can go help.
Okay, and then Hubert's also with you three.
Wait, Hubert's not stealthing with
Oh,
us?
does Hubert want a cloak?
Actually, Hubert has a cloak. He's got like this green cloak that he
Okay.
kind of pulls up, which is still his head like sticks out of, and it's really just kind of resting over his eyes a little bit. He's just kind of like, all right, let's do it. All right. So Hubert's going to not stealth because he says, "I love the offer, but I don't want to embarrass myself." Desmond and Poe, I'd like you to make a stealth check with advantage, considering you've got that sort of buffer of the other group in front of you. Okay, cool. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. All right. Good to know. So, you begin to make your way through the rainy streets of Summer's Rest on this cold September evening. Making your way through, and you can see now that it seems as though the fires on the other end of the city, as you're approaching the northernmost side where Anayaya's shop was, have pretty much been extinguished all the way, and all that is rising now are these thick plumes of smoke from where the building once was on the opposite end of the Maplewood Grove. Making your way northward towards the bridge, and then crossing towards the other half of Summer's Rest. Bianca, you do hear somebody shouting out towards you. Bianca! Bianca! Is that you in the cloak right there? And you recognize the loud, boisterous voice of Selrid.
I'm gonna turn around and keep my cloak tight. Selrid, hello.
Yes. Hi there. I just wanted to make sure you were doing all right. This has been a crazy night for everybody involved. I don't know if you heard about the fire near the Maplewood Grove.
Oh my gosh, is that what that was? I saw the smoke coming up. I was really nervous.
Yes, it was Anayaya's shop, and, well, frankly, we're not even sure if, she was in there, if she was able to get out, and I was just wondering if you'd seen her at all.
Oh no. If I did, oh my gosh, I would have tried to help as much as I can.
Yes. All right.
We were just taking her in, the poor thing, probably all heartbroken.
Oh, yeah, that shop there meant a lot to her, and I'm sure there were lots of things in there she wasn't able to get out. I mean, if she was even able to get out. All right, well, if you see her, please send her my way to the Squatting Lion Inn. We'll get her some free room and board for the time being as well. It's cruel and unusual punishment to be left without a home.
Oh my gosh,
and I will
absolutely.
also
and then
say,
she's gonna like.
I was just going to say, just be careful. Being out this late at night, we have word of some younger boy who might have been the culprit. I think they call him Janazi. They got the lighter colored skin, and he apparently kept going on and on about how he might be, the Manoa, the warriors, claiming apparently that there was
much about them.
Yeah, apparently they are these people who did great things and said that she was some type of wicked witch or something, and she needed burned away, and that doesn't sound very heroic to me.
No.
Well,
we know her.
I'm sorry to keep blabbering on. I've got things to do anyway. I just wanted to let you and I guess companions to know that to stay safe out here and keep your eyes peeled. All right?
Yeah, we're gonna head home as soon as we're done. But thank you for everything that you do to help keep us safe.
Of course, honestly, no thanks are needed, but when I get them, it's appreciated. Well, all right. Stay safe out here and try and stay dry, okay?
You too.
All right, thank you. All right.
And he waves and he kind of heads off hurriedly across the bridge. Now, Poe and Desmond, you saw this happen, and you were on the other end of the bridge, and so you kind of tuck behind a corner and kneel below the bridge, trying to hopefully dodge his gaze. And you can see as he's just walking across, he kind of looks around, and Desmond, you can see that Poe's cloak is kind of like stuck in the mud right across the bridge, and so you kind of like yank his shoulder and pull him over to the bridge and cover his mouth because you can see he's about to like yelp as you yank on him. And just before he's able to get that noise out, you cover his mouth, and you can see right above you that Selrid kind of looks over the side of the bridge, and you can like see up his nose and his chin.
Where is he?
And grunts, and then he heads off towards the Maplewood Grove.
So we take a second until he walks off, and then we'll probably go on behind the rest of the group.
Okay, all right,
gonna
so you continue on.
Oh, just
Dragonborn just making that face.
Okay, alrighty. So you make your way back around and then start heading to Spook Manor? Or to Spook Hill?
Yep. Once we see that they're across the bridge, we'll just continue on. So,
okay.
Well, we probably won't see. We'll still give them time to pass over the bridge.
Yeah, okay. So you try and passively make your way very cautiously, giving them plenty of time in case they see anybody to make their way. And Poe and Desmond, there are times where you do see, Poe specifically, you see goons that you recognize who are in the room, and you purposely try to avoid them, tucking into corners, and then slowly catching back up to Bianca, Hubert, Ashima, and Cecily. And eventually you do get to the other bridge and begin to make your way across towards Spook Hill. So, as you can see right now, the lights that are normally lit on each one of these sort of stone pillars where the gate is on Spook Hill, where they're normally lit with flame, they are extinguished right now, and the gate is shut.
Okay. To like even get into the graveyard, like everything is locked up.
Mm-hmm. It is. You do see, I think everybody with a passive perception of 12 or higher, it's not very hard to see, but there is one small light that you can see near some of the graves. It's kind of aimlessly moving around throughout the graveyard. You don't see any body attached to that light right now because of the darkness, but there is a light moving around.
Have Poe and I caught back up with the rest of the group by now?
Yeah. By the time you get across the bridge, you guys have nothing to hide from.
Do you guys want me to pick the lock?
Yeah.
Any other suggestions? I'm gonna start picking the lock.
Perhaps your time to shine.
Okay, go ahead and make a thieves' tool check for me.
With big eyes asking him to say that it's okay this one time.
It's okay.
All right, make a thieves' tool check for me. Oh shit! Okay, alrighty. So you nestle them in there, and it's much more difficult at night in the rain. But luckily, you buckle down, you focus, and click. Chain unhinges and drops down onto the ground, and the gate slowly, painstakingly creaks open. And you can see that light that was aimlessly moving around stop. And you can see the light begin to move closer and closer towards the gate. You guys doing anything?
Should we just enter? Yeah, let's walk in.
Okay, so you all walk in, and eventually, as the light gets closer, you see that there is a body attached to it. There is this stocky, wide man, maybe about as wide as an ox, but he's maybe only 5'2", 5'3", and he has this huge, big old gray beard and this fuzzy gray hair that matches, and this wide-brimmed brown hat that is currently covering his face, wearing these tattered clothes, and he has a shovel in one hand and this oil lantern in the other. And as he approaches, he says, "Who has the right to be picking the lots to the Spook Estate, huh?"
We may not have had the right, but we need to talk to somebody.
So, Bianca, you do recognize this person. Ashima, you have not had the good fortune of meeting this man yet, but this is Gravedigger Doc.
Nice. You must be the sexton around these parts. Doc, I presume?
Uh-huh.
Well, we've come to talk to Gren. Is he around?
He's around. Aye.
It's a matter of urgency, I'm afraid.
Tell me. You. Are you a dullard?
No, I'm not sure what that is.
Well, you could have fooled me. Because you come here, what? How many hours past midnight? Looking for the master of these grounds. Not only not waiting for me to approach, you pick the lock and you begin to waltz right in. So why should I take you to the mansion to see Master Spook? You think I do this job for the money?
I don't know. I've never met you.
No, please, we mean no harm. Our friend and his family is in danger, and we believe that he can...
And we're acting kind of irrationally because of that, and I'm sorry. We're just in a rush.
Bianca, I'd like you to make a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay. I'm gonna need that. Oh, this is a good picture. I didn't get to see it yet. Advantage. Persuasion?
Huh?
Okay.
I just want to say I love this guy.
Oh.
If I die, I want to play as him.
Okay, so he... You can come back in the morning, Master's asleep. Now go on, get! Or if you like, I could call the guard.
Turning to Poe.
Won't be necessary.
What should we do?
I'm not sure if it means anything, but it's in regards to Selrid. Selrid Bowman. I'm sure your master knows him, or at least I was told by Anayaya. My name is Pawasa Inua, and I went to Anayaya to receive information, and Selrid stopped by, and long story short, he set her house on fire. And I just realized there's a lot to Selrid that this town doesn't know about. Some evil things about him, and right now he's looking for me, and he's prowling all over town, and there's really no safe place for me to go there, and I'm worried that he's going to be tracking down my father. And I don't know, the only contact we were given is the master here, who might know more about Selrid than we do and how to fix this.
Poe, make a persuasion check. He takes a long look at you and then a shorter look at the rest of you. And spits onto the ground. Follow me. Turns around and heads up through a set of autumn trees towards the Spook Manor.
Before I head up, I'm going to re-lock the lock just so that it doesn't look like somebody picked the lock and walked in if somebody's looking for Poe here. And then I'll run back and join the rest of the group.
Okay, so you do. Rain's still coming down. Every once in a while there's a discharge of lightning as the rain has definitely picked up now. And there is a small alcove in the house, or right in front of the door where all of you can kind of fit. As you see Gravedigger Doc, he pulls out a set of keys, a big ring that has maybe 50 keys on it. He flips to probably anywhere between the 20th and 30th, and he sticks it in the lock. And no, too many damn keys. There we go. And opens up the door, and you can see this very bare bones mansion interior. These very, very tall ceilings and a spiral staircase that heads up in the center of this main foyer as all of you begin to just kind of walk in after him, sort of drenching the rain off outside, as the rain is really just echoing behind you as the last person to enter shuts the door. And the only thing that decorates this center room, there are several pieces of furniture, but they're just kind of covered in linen cloths. There is only one painting on the walls. And there's just one, and it is directly to the left as you enter. And it is just a singular portrait of a woman in a very nice gown. Show that to everybody. So, see that as you enter, and then Gravedigger Doc, he turns around and he says, "Wait here. Might be a moment, but I'll be back." And you see him walk over. He sort of leans before he heads towards the stairs, he takes the shovel and the lantern, extinguishes the light, and he sets the shovel up against the side of the door. And you see him head up the stairs. And, I mean, he's gone for maybe 25, 35 minutes almost. Are you guys doing anything, or are you just kind of staying still where you're at?
In a non-snooping way, Bianca will look around.
The snooping way, Desmond will look around.
Okay. Desmond, make an investigation check. Bianca, make a perception check.
While they're doing that, can I keep an eye behind us, make sure no one's coming our way?
Okay, yeah, sure. Make another perception check.
Okay.
Okay. Alrighty, so you keep your eyes peeled down any of the hallways, and every once in a while leaning back towards the door just to see if you can hear any footprints. Bianca, you are just fixated on that one painting. The way that it was painted, you can tell that the gaze is meant to be away. It's not a directly face-on painting. It's not one of those ones where no matter where you are in the room, they follow you. And it's not one of those, but every once in a while when you go to look away, you can swear that the eyes kind of follow you, and then when you look back, they're normal. And that happens every time you look away, and that kind of gets into your head. Desmond, there's only a few pieces of furniture in here. or cabinets that you could even investigate. And opening them, they are almost all empty. In one cabinet that is what seems to be a small, stand near the front door, you open up the front. The only drawer on there, and there is just one rusty piece of copper inside.
It's not worth my time.
Okay, you shut it. Anybody else doing anything, or are you just kind of patiently standing and waiting?
I'm anxious, I'm scared, and I'm just watching everyone else look around. And if they spot something creepy, I'm going to be creeped out because I'll see their reaction to it.
Yeah. So you definitely catch Bianca a few times.
Yeah. On that note, Cecily will probably not be actively looking around, but just kind of angrily looking around at the place. She doesn't like this place at all. But I don't think she's going to say anything about it unless someone else talks to her.
Okay.
Are there any, candles or, anything on the walls or anything?
There are a few sconces, but they are lit magically, where they are just kind of like a dancing light that is trapped inside a small glass cage that give off this sort of, at least right now, they give off this deep blue glow to the room.
So there doesn't look like there's anything to pull a lever and unlock an secret door, because that's the vibes that I'm getting.
I mean, there are a few, like I said, the sconces. The sconces that are in here, I mean, there's a possibility that one of them might be that way. It just depends if you're willing to try.
I'm willing to try.
Okay. So as you go through, there are 8 in this room. You go through the first one,
and I would like to do so stealthily in case the guy comes back.
Okay.
By the way,
roll a stealth check. Okay. Alrighty. So you begin to make your way, and you have to make your way all the way around the room. So you have to go from the front door all the way back around past the staircase to the back of this main foyer, and then you have to go all the way back around towards the front, where there are sort of 8 sconces that are evenly spaced out on the wall. So you begin to make your way around, and you go for the first one, nothing. Second one, nothing. Third one, nothing. Fourth one. As you get to the fourth one, you're now on the back wall, and you can see that this main foyer area, it does lead to other wings of the house, but this central area is the only one, because the back door here is this huge glass Tarkirian-style door, where it opens up like that. And you can see that there's more graves out in the back, but they are much nicer. They have statues instead of just normal tombstones. And you see this building that you wish you did not see, because it looks like a chapel or a cathedral or some place of worship. But it is partway broken down and collapsed, and it's raining, and the glass is, there's some condensation, so it's kind of hard to see. But as you have your hand on the fourth lever, you are just looking, and you swear that you can see some type of red glow almost from some of the broken windows just kind of bleeding out. And as you go to lean a little closer, you end up leaning onto the sconce, and you can hear the grinding of stone that is unbearably loud. The other 4 of you and Hubert all look to Desmond. As Desmond, you can see that the platform that you are on, that is right next to this window, begins to slowly descend down deeper and deeper. Do you stay on, or do you jump off?
I'm like, what do I do? What do I do?
What? What do we get off?
Bianca's
Do we
gonna
stay on?
grab him.
No, you guys aren't on it. It's just Desmond on the opposite end of the room. So he's like 120 feet away from you. You just hear the grinding sound of stone.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna. I think a couple of us are about to say we run towards him.
Okay, Desmond, you see
Yeah,
pretty much
try.
everybody run at you. What do? Do you get off or do you...
I guess I get off, I guess.
Okay, so you kind of crawl out and crawl back onto the ground. As you can see, as eventually it clears about 6 feet, there is another stack of stone that just kind of emerges from the floor and just... So it's flat and looks like there's nothing there.
Maybe we should wait.
I gotta be completely honest with you guys. I really didn't think that would happen. I just thought it would be. This is the type of place that
So as you guys are at the back of the room, the first thing that you hear before you hear any voices are footsteps. Very purposefully placed, exact. And after every couple of footsteps, there is the tap of a cane on the ground. Almost creating this rhythmic walk. And all of you sort of look around the spiral staircase behind you, all of you now at the back of the room, closer to this glass pane window, all of you being able to see that broken down cathedral and this back in this area behind the house. And descending down the stairs, you hear his voice before you see his face, and he says, "So, curious group, are we?" And as all of you look up, and eventually his face clears, you see in a black leather doublet, in a very similar fashion to the portrait on the wall, having these small little lacy frocks coming out of the neckline. You see what could only be Gren Spook. Gray hair, kind of messily put together, mustache and goatee. Says, "So, what brings you to the Spook Manor?" Each word lingering one after the other, as if there's more that he wants to say, but at the end decides not to. Every word lingering.
Does he look angry at what he found us doing, or me doing? It's hard to get a read on him.
Yeah, his eyebrows are just always furrowed, so he looks angry, but you're not sure if that's just his face, or if it is his demeanor. I mean, if you'd like, you can make an insight check.
I would love to make an insight check.
Here. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to get a read. Like I said, he just looks angry, and considering the way he dresses, that might just be his natural look.
Mm-hmm.
He makes his way down the stairs, and he doesn't even walk towards you. He just walks down, and he walks towards the front door, and he stops and he looks at the portrait.
We're sorry to have woken you, if we know it's late. We came here because we're kind of in trouble, and we were told that you could help us, possibly. It involved Selrid Bowman.
Mm-hmm.
He's not what everyone makes him out to be, and I'm not sure if you already know that. I'm hoping you do, just so that you could help me in this situation. You may know Anna Yaya. She's the one who told us about you. Well, I came to her for advice on this mission I'm doing for my father, Uba Inoa from Water's Wake. It's a complicated contract, but anyways, Selrid came to her store, stole a lot of things because she didn't pay something, and later on he set her house on fire, and he's telling everyone I did it. I guess I'm concerned not only for me and my dad or for Anayaya, but my friend Bianca here, she also has a store here. And I'm sure there are plenty of other people who are also paying Selrid and that neighbor guard that he has going on. I'm concerned about the next house that he sets afire, or the more things he steals, and someone else that he's going to frame. And I think Anayaya is concerned about that too, and she said that you could help.
Very interesting, to be sure.
And he breaks away from the portrait and he looks to Yupo and says,
Oh, you would like my help in what, finding dirt on this man?
I mean, I think there's plenty of dirt to be found with Selrid. I think we just need help getting the people of Summer's Rest to see it.
Well, then I'm sorry. You came to the wrong person. People of Summer's Rest don't trust me. Not anymore, at least.
Maybe you can at least tell us what happened. Like how Selrid, because didn't you appoint Selrid into the position he's in?
Yes, I did.
He looks to the portrait.
Wasn't. The neighborhood collective wasn't my idea. It was Anastasia's idea. My late wife.
He looks to the portrait.
She was a woman with a good heart who wanted to help people. She saw beauty and love in life. Greatest blessing the spook name ever had. But sadly, 14 years ago, she died. And if you ask anyone in Summer's Rest who killed her and hid her body, do you know who they say? Bianca knows. They say it was me. They thought that I did that because she was too different. Too bright, too bold. So tell me, if I did murder my wife, and you are all here now, he steps closer, closer, and closer. Why would I help you with this problem of yours? Because I can tell you right now, that trapdoor that you opened, who knows, maybe it's not just my wife's body that'll be down there anymore. So tell me, do you still want my help?
I'm not from Summer's Rest, so I don't know these rumors about you. And I need to be clear, I am scared right now. Your house is creepy. But
Insult the man.
But I trust Anna Yaya. She knows many secrets and many things. She's very wise, and I picked that up from her very quickly. And if she knows this thing about Selrid that everyone in Summer's Rest does not know about him, and that's the truth that she knows, and she sent us here to you, I haven't learned how to trust you yet, but I trust Anna Yaya, and I don't think that she would have led us here to get murdered. And I don't think that she believes that you murdered your wife.
Make a persuasion check.
Somebody knock on wood, because that was good.
Looks to you, furrowed brow. He takes in each one of you, and he stops at you, Cecily.
What about you? Are you afraid?
What does that matter to you?
Matters a great deal.
No, I'm not. Been in a lot of places like this before. I don't know if you beat foster kids, but you look like a lot of people that do. So, I'm used to you.
Turns away from you, and then he goes to you, Bianca.
What about you, Miss Dusong? You've heard the rumors. Anything from I poisoned her and buried her in the backyard, to Gravedigger Doc, that he helped me because the two of us were in a torrid affair. She was in the way. You've heard that people who've tried to find the truth go missing. So tell me, Miss Dusong,
As he slowly gets closer and closer until he's inches away from your face.
are you afraid?
But don't believe rumors until I've met the people and can make my own decisions. And I've met you. Grew up with a lot of rumors. Don't know who to trust all the time. Normally trust nobody. Coming at you with no expectations.
Sadly, I cannot give you what you want. But Anayaya was right. I can tell you where to find it. "14 years ago, my wife did die. And I'm still shaken to the core about it. But I get no closure because of that." And he lifts one hand off of his cane and points a shaky hand out the backyard toward that cathedral. I wanted to give her a proper burial. But when a good soul dies in a terrible way, there are cruel magics in this world that prevent them from taking the necessary steps to rest. So, it's not my truth to tell. It's hers. If you can give her that proper rest, I will do everything in my power to help you bring this cruel man to justice.
I'm gonna just look at everyone else and see what they're thinking.
Spirits need help just as much as the living.
A bit of a burial expert with us.
Well,
I get the sense we're gonna have a couple problems before the burial.
Wait, ghosts are real? That's freaky.
Yes, they are. And I'm warning you right now that she is not like any that you've read about or encountered before, if you have. When a soul that is all goodness and light and love and care gets snatched away the way it does, it turns into something vile and horrible. And it requires a heavy and careful hand to truly bring to rest. I've done research, but I've never... No one would help because they think I did it. Anytime I would reach out, they would say it's what I deserved.
well, what have you learned?
One is that she no longer recognizes love or life, just a want, a need almost for destruction and death. There was a young priestess woman, Shayna, who I was able to convince to keep her blocked in the cathedral. She won't leave there. But in order for her to properly pass on, her body must be burned. And you can see him start to shake a little more. A ritual must be completed. It's an arcane ritual that would banish the evil, but keep the goodness and light. Doc, you can bring down the book. Doc kind of hobbles down the stairs. And he has a thin, leather-bound, old-looking journal. He takes it and says, it's a short incantation, but it requires someone of the arcane to use it. Someone fearless, indeed. So I'm hoping, young girl, that that's you.
Okay, well, you kind of just took me out of my comfort zone in the past few minutes, but I'll try.
Very good. He hands you the leather-bound book, and as you open it, there's just kind of runes and slight incantations that it's very odd, where for a moment they make no sense. But then, as you stare at them a little longer, you don't exactly know what they mean or even how to say them, but you connect with them. You feel what you need to do in the moment. After her body is burned, her physical body, which is located in the basement of the cathedral, she will become agitated. And that ritual will need to be performed to her while she is stunned or weakened. And once the ritual is completed, I pray to gods old and new that it works. And hopefully you should see her. Or you will see nothing at all. I honestly don't know. So, if you wish to learn the truth, that is what you must do. Does it still mean that much to you?
Of course.
I mean, this is a lot. It's a fucking lot we just walked into. Well, I mean, Poe, it's your mess you got into, so. What do you think?
Well, it's kind of fortunate that in trying to solve a problem of mine, we're able to solve a problem for you and potentially expose the truth to peoples of Summer's Rest. And is that not what you want to do, Cecily?
No, I was really hoping you'd tell me we could go home, but that's fine.
So then, if you're ready, I will unlock the back door.
Nobody
we're
has
ready.
any broken things, right?
No, I believe we're as ready as we'll ever be.
My spirit is more broken than last time. But that's
Yeah.
okay.
Hubert, are you okay with this?
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you need
I'm
to stay
great.
outside, you can stay outside.
No, I feel like I should watch.
That is all right.
I'm fine.
All right.
One final word of warning before you go.
As he pulls out a key ring with 3 keys on it. He sticks it in the door and unlocks it. And as he begins to open it, you are confronted once again by that torrent of rain that the sound just kind of floods in. He says,
She has been there for a while now. That evil that exists there, it has permeated the walls and exists in the entire area. You may see things that you believe are true, but stay strong, they are not. You may think that you've walked the same corridor 12 times, but keep pushing forward. Oh. Good luck.
alrighty. Anybody doing anything, saying anything before you leave?
Just gonna start walking.
Into the rain we go.
Alrighty.
When we're walking out, I do want to take a very quick, peep down that trapdoor I looked and just see if I can see anything down there.
No, like I said, as
Got
soon as it started to drop down, and once it got about 6 feet of space, another slab from the floor just kind of appeared and filled in the spot.
Okay, I see.
So there's no holes. But as you
Alright,
are looking back, you do see that there is, you see the painting again, and you take one more look at it as it is passing by, or as you are just looking back into the room, and it might just be because you're on the other end of the room, but you think that it's... When you entered the room, it was facing the door. And now that you're leaving, it's facing this door. But before you can give that any more thought, you're back out in the cold rain. The door shuts behind you, and you can hear it lock. As you can see him placing his hand on his cane, looking out at the 6 of you as you begin to make your way towards the cathedral. And as you begin to approach, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
No!
I'm living for this. This is great. I'm so happy.
So good.
The portrait actually flipped. Did anyone else notice that?
Hey,
Actually,
Oh, what?
It actually
hey,
flipped.
hey, Connor.
thought
Yeah, that was one of those things where I was like, there's probably only going to be a half a person who notices, but I know.
I had the first portrait up, and I had Gren, and then I had you guys over here. And then when you said the thing, and I was like, okay. And then I was closing windows, and then it was there, and it was turning the other way, and I was like, ah!
Oh yeah. Well,
The
that
first of
is.
5 sessions in the spook hill. Yay!
Well, yeah. Who knows with what's gonna happen in these next few sessions? Woo! You said you wanted your Scooby Doo episode. This was it, right?
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Yes, this is everything. We snuck around. There was traps. There was creepy things. And now we gotta do some stupid shit to solve the problem.
Did anybody else see Evan fade into black when he leaned back?
Yeah, yeah, that's really funny. Oh man! Yep. All right. Well, thank you everybody for watching. If you like the stream, follow. It'll be uploaded to YouTube if you were just coming in at the tail end, so you can watch the rest of it. And yeah, this campaign will now be streaming on Tuesdays at 5:30, same time, Central Daylight Time. And we hope to see you next week, where they go into the spooky cathedral, and they try and break this curse of Anastasia Spook. But with that, that's where we're going to go ahead and end it, and we will see you all next week.